Testing 1, 2, 3. I think we're good. Okay. Oh, let me get the camera set. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Hope you had a good evening. Hope you got a lot of rest. Hope things are going well so far this morning. I know that you have a lot of things going on, a lot of quizzes, tests, etc. Hope you find the time to get those ready. Ask the Lord for the strength to get you through the time, okay? To help you to recall information. Just to be there for you, and He will. So you just have to ask Him. So let's go to prayer now, and let's give this hour over to the Lord. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for your guidance. Thank you for everything, last night's rest, and just today, Father, another day, and we just ask for the blessing today. We know that you're going to bestow it upon us, and because this is the day that you have made, let us rejoice and be glad in it. And so, even though we have trials and temptations, we know that we can, if we give those to you, you're going to take care of us. So thank you for that promise. Bless us today in that precious name. Amen. Okay, we've been talking about the delight of wisdom, and glad to see Giselle and Lacey. We'll see Andrew here in just a little bit. But according to this verse, this is where we left off yesterday. John 15:9, as the Father hath loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. And how does this prove the delight of wisdom? That Christ loves us as the Father loved us. Okay? And keep in mind, and I know we probably know this, but sometimes it's nice to get a refreshing perspective on different things. Since Christ is God and part of the Trinity, and where God is, Christ is, and what God is, Christ is, and so the kind of love that God has is the same kind of love that Christ has. Okay? And so you got to keep that perspective in mind. Even though there's a Trinity, three entities in one, they all have the same characteristics. Okay? Same principles, etc. Okay. Let me get my clicker. Okay. Andrew, you're here. All right, man. Good to see you, man. All right. Moving on. Proverbs 8:15-31. We've read that. Okay. So after each of these statements, write the verse or verses that teach the truth concerning Christ. Now, I'm going to give you just a moment. Open your Bibles to Proverbs 8:15-31. And we're going to kind of give you a little bit of moment to look at those verses and see if you can pinpoint which verses are based upon these statements. Okay? So Proverbs 8:15-31. Okay? So since you are there or just about there, which verses are talking about He is the King of Kings? And if you said 15 and 16, you were correct. What a way to start the day with the first correct answer. Letter B. He's the unfailing guide of His people. A little bit further down. You got it. Verse 20. Letter C. He's the rich portion and the rewarder of his children. Back up a little bit and yet go ahead a little bit. Does that make sense to you? And so the answer is, if you can get it, there's about 3 verses on this one. 18, 19, and 21. Okay? Letter D. He is the almighty creator of the world. That would be 3, 4 verses towards the end. You got it. 27 to 30. And letter E. He is the only begotten Son of God. 2 verses on this one. Kind of separated a little bit. Yep, that's what? 22 and 30. Letter F. He existed before the world was created. 2 verses, or actually more. They are, you are doing good today. 22 to 26. Great job. Okay, everybody. Okay. So that's the delight of wisdom. The delight that we know God is there. God is love. Love is God. Okay? Love is Christ. Christ is love. 1 Corinthians 1, 20 to 30. We're going to read that. I have it on the screen. Hopefully, it's there. Hopefully, and I'll keep my eye on it today a little bit more. A little closer, I should say, so that it doesn't freeze. Okay, verse 20. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of the world? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? I think we've read this, but it doesn't do us harm to read it again because it brings back, and it's talking about our next thought anyway. For after that in the wisdom of God, the world be wisdom knew him not. Excuse me. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom. But we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness. But unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ the power of God and the wisdom of God. Because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble, are called. But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and base things of the world, and things which are despised, hath God chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are, that no flesh should glory in his presence, but of him are ye in Christ Jesus, who of God is made unto us wisdom and righteousness and sanctification and redemption. So, next question that you have there. What is the preaching of Christ to the saved? According to these verses, it is the power of the wisdom of God. The power and wisdom of God. Okay? Are any people, I'll give you just a moment there, the power and wisdom of God. Okay, next question. Are any people truly saved by worldly wisdom? Now think about this, okay? Worldly wisdom. So you have a wise counsel, you go to a wise counselor, okay? And they teach you about God. They teach you about nature, God's nature. Can anybody be truly saved by their counsel? The answer is no. Okay? Why not? What if they talk to you about worldly wisdom or godly wisdom or godly things? Well, it's not their counsel, it's not their wisdom that's saving you. It is Jesus Christ, the blood of Christ that's saving you. It's God that's saving us. Okay? So no one can truly be saved by the worldly wisdom. Then, are they truly wise? The answer again is no. Okay? They're wise based upon the world's perspective of what wisdom is, but they're not truly wise. And you've got that adverb in there. And see, oh, there you go. See, Mr. Brown even knows a little bit about grammar. Truly wise. It's got the ly, that's why it was adverb. So, because they're not truly wise, okay, keep in mind there's two wisdoms, man's wisdom, God's wisdom. But this is talking about true wisdom. Truly wise is God's wisdom. So therefore they can't have true wisdom. So why does God call and use so many weak and foolish people? Why does God use the world for his benefit? That's what I get out of this question. And here's a fairly long answer. By using the weak and the foolish people of the world, God shows that true wisdom and might come only through him. Give me a moment to write that down. See, God can continue to use people of the world, things of the world, to glorify himself. Okay? And through that, the true wisdom comes out. The true wisdom that only comes from and through him. So he uses it to prove, to show how foolish, how unwise the world's wisdom is, man's wisdom. Okay? Number 5, fifth question. Can any Christian whom God uses ever glorify in what he has done? Now think about this. Can he ever glorify? Can he ever glory in what he's done? Glory. Does God want us to be proud of what we do? Yes. Can we take that pride and be wrong with it? Yes. Can and should we ever glory in what we've done? The answer is no. Why not? Because everything a Christian accomplishes is only through God's enabling grace. You got to realize, no matter how much you've accomplished, no matter how many souls you've won, no matter how much you do for God's glory, no matter how much Christian service you do, you're only allowed to do that because of God's glory. The glory that he puts in you to glorify him. That's why we study science. That's why we study the Bible. That's why we do everything. The first reason is to glorify God. We glorify him in everything, and we should. We should glorify him in everything we do. And that's why we can't glory in ourselves, in our accomplishments. We can be proud of it, but we can't glory in it. Okay, thank you. Okay. There's number 6. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to 5. Can any Christian whom God uses ever glory in what he's done? That's no. Okay? And so there are 6. Why not? Because everything a Christian accomplishes is only through God's gracious enabling. Thank you for that update. Okay? Give you a moment to write that down. Okay, ready? Number 7. According to Colossians 2:3, in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, what is in Christ? That preposition right there, prepositional phrase, in Christ. The answer? All the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. You want to go on a treasure hunt. And they're always fun to do. Okay? And when I was in high school, we used to have a scavenger hunt, a treasure hunt type thing. And we went all over the state of Colorado, basically. Okay? At least the southern half of Colorado. And we had, and it took us, it was a 3-day, I think, maybe 2 or 3 day adventure. And we had to carpool, well, not carpool, but everybody, we had different groups, and each group was in a different car, okay? And so we had to drive. We got our first clue. The clue told us where to go for the next. So we had to drive for that. And then when we got there, we had to search for that next clue. We had to search for the next treasure. Okay? The next clue to the treasure. And then we had, I don't know how many clues that we had, but it took us 2 to 3 days to do it by the time we got back to Denver area. And then when we got back to Denver, we had to find the treasure. And I remember that our group, of course, because I was in it, we were the first vehicle to get back to our church. And so we got there, and then we got our last clue, which was at the church. And then we had to find that treasure. And it was you know, just something that teenagers liked. It was a huge box of various types of candy. And we were so thrilled to get that treasure, and we were so anxious to get that next clue. We were enticing our leader to put the pedal to the metal, okay, and get there quicker, okay, because we were enthralled on wanting to find and be the first to get that treasure, okay. When we got it, we found where it was buried, and it was buried, and so we had to dig it up. And when we got it, it was just like joy, okay? And then we opened it up, and it was more joy because of everything that was in there. And that was such a great feeling. But the treasure, the box of candy that we got, represents the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. God is giving us, Christ is giving us a path. He's given us the clues of how to get that wisdom. Are you even interested, excited about finding those clues? And then finding the treasure? And every day it's a new treasure hunt. because of the new wisdom that God and the new knowledge that Christ can give us if we only look for the clues. And where are you going to find the clues? You're only going to find them in God's Word. And then God's going to reveal them through His Word, and He wants you to ask in prayer. Are you doing it? I hope so. Okay? I hope you're seeking the wisdom of God, wisdom of Christ, and the knowledge of Him. Okay? Now let's go into my lesson. Okay, now that was all your lesson. So now, let me put this. We're going to start off with the Gnosticism, a show of wisdom. Gnosticism or Gnosticism, I can't, believed that the true God was a purely spiritual being. Okay? Now this is where people have or had put their faith, and some still do. Because only, and they based upon this because only spirit was good. God held the highest position on the ladder of perfection. So at least they put God at the top. Okay? Now, far down the ladder is man. Above man, but less than God, were the angels. And the Gnostics believed that even Christ Himself, because He was more than mere man, yet not totally God, was a type of lower God, not yet at the top of the ladder of perfection. Okay? So He's high on the ladder, but He's not at the top where He should be. Gnostics also taught that secret knowledge was the key to salvation. And only the possessed, only they possessed the spiritual knowledge. Okay? Many religions today teach that our high priests, our high authorities, are the only ones that can communicate with God. And so when you come to us, you can give us your desires or prayers, and we'll take them to God. And therefore, the knowledge, the salvation, all the aspects of all that can only come through us because we are the only ones that knew about it or know about it. That's what the Gnostics taught. Well, we know that that is false based upon the Word of God. That once we become a Christian, we have a hotline between us and God. The Holy Spirit is taking those to God, but now keep in mind the Trinity. The Holy Spirit is God. Okay? He's the same as God, just another entity. So, if the Holy Spirit is taking our request to God, then God's already got them. And that's the omnipresent omniscience of God, is that He knows everything all the time. He can do anything all the time. And so we don't need a middleman to take our requests, our desires, our thoughts, our whatever you want to put in there to God, because we can ask God individually. And then God is going to reveal to us, okay, what He wants us to know. Well, a show of wisdom. They showed a vain philosophy based on man's reasoning powers and tradition. Colossians 2:8 says, "Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ." They make it, the philosophers of the world make things look so good. They make things look so attractive that we fall into their trap. Okay? And we think we are worshiping, we think we know this, but in actuality, all we're doing is what they're telling us to do. Okay? Some words and concepts used in this verse. Philosophy. In the original language, philosophy implies a so-called philosophy, a mere intellectualism, not a legitimate love of wisdom or knowledge, as the term actually means. So you got philosophy in there. You have vain deceit. Those are false promises made by the world's philosophy that ultimately prove to empty lies. Vain deceit. They make it look good, but when you open the curtain, there's nothing there. Spoil or take captive. That means to take someone captive and steal everything of value from them. Traditions of men. Purely human ideas of the material with no concern for the spiritual. Because man is always concerned with their goods, the things that they have, the worldly possessions. And so there is no spiritual aspect behind their thoughts in this realm. It's not wrong to have, but it's what we do with what we have that becomes either right or wrong. Okay? If what we have is because we're giving God the glory for it, then it's right. If we have because we just want it and aren't even putting God in it, then it's wrong. Okay? And if we're not using what we have to glorify God, then it's wrong. So as some of you become millionaires, okay, in the upcoming years, what are you going to do with what God has given you? Even if you don't become a millionaire, what are you going to do with what God has given you? Are you going to glorify Him through what you have? The next is the rudiments or basic principles of the world. That's the most basic elements of the world's ways of viewing things. Where do you put things? Where do you put yourself into these categories? All false philosophies are based on man's reasoning powers rather than on Christ. Give God the glory. Thank Him for what He's done for you. Realize what He's done for you. Live your life in acknowledgement to God for what He's done and what He's doing in your life. Okay? Just a hair early, but that's okay. We're right there. So we're going to pick up on number 2 concept there on Gnosticism and tomorrow. So I believe tomorrow because I don't believe we have chapel yet. So we're still going to go on with Bible class. So keep praying. Keep praying for this pandemic to end. Keep praying that we can get back together. DLs, you too, with us. We miss you here. And pray that we can also get back in, the teachers can get back into the classroom. It sounds like it's coming, but I'm not going to say when or what, okay? But it looks like it's coming, but we still need to pray for that end. So pray for safety, pray for good health, pray for the direction, our school leaders, Pastor, Mr. S., Mrs. Rule, as they lead our school, Pastor especially as he leads both the church and the school. Pray for wisdom. They need this, okay? Because they have a major responsibility. And then that responsibility, the wisdom comes down to us. Pray that God gives you wisdom in everything you do. It's going to conclude today. Tune in tomorrow for the next episode. See you tomorrow.
everybody. Go ahead and find your seats. Settle down. Sorry, I'm a little late. Just got caught up in 6th grade again. But hopefully that'll be a little better within the next few days because we have a lot to do today, including our spelling quiz. Yay. Hopefully you guys studied. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start off with literature. Get that out of the way. We didn't really get to finish our unit yesterday. So get out your literature. You should have read or finished reading or maybe caught up on reading. If you didn't, you should have read the last few pages, and it's the one story about the one Hosh Shay, or the Deacon's Masterpiece, however you called it. Okay, so go ahead and turn to page number 34. Page 34, while I'm getting my slides out. I actually don't know if I ended up grabbing my little adapter for my slides. Oh well, I don't think I did. Anyway, since I didn't, I did. Sorry guys, all over the place today. Okay. One Shay, thinking one horse sleigh from Jingle Bells. I don't know why, but anyway. What's it called? So we are talking about One Hosh Shay. It was written by Oliver Wendell Holmes. That was so close. Sorry guys, if you had to see that. Okay. Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote this play, or this ballad, this story. Okay, he was known as Mr. Boston. We're on page 35 and 34. Look at Meet the Author section. He was known as Mr. Boston because of his lively and attractive personality. Okay, he had his work, Old Ironsides. All right, so he was famous for his work, Old Ironsides, and this work actually influenced the public opinion not to scrap the USS Constitution, which was a battle frigate. So his work was pretty influential. They actually called the USS Constitution Old Ironsides. It was kind of like a nickname for it. His work, Old Ironsides, kind of influenced U.S. public opinion not to take it apart or scrap it. And then he is also known as the autocrat, not known as, but his most important work was The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. And he wrote 3 novels, 2 biographies. These were his most important prose works. And then in addition to his literary achievements, Holmes also enjoyed a career as a professor of anatomy at Harvard. So that's just a little bit about Oliver Wendell Holmes. You want to know that he wrote the Deacon's Masterpiece, okay? Notice throughout the work, the rhyme scheme and the stanza length kind of change throughout this ballad. So look with me on page 34. If you guys see how it's only 10 lines long, and then if you look on that same page, next to it, there's still, at the bottom paragraph on the right-hand column, there's so many lines. There's 10, or there's 20, 25 maybe lines in that stanza. So the rhyme scheme and the stanza length change throughout this ballad. And I don't think we talked about what a rhyme scheme was, but a rhyme scheme is basically the use of the end rhyme in a line, okay? And it's characterized by different letters of the alphabet. Let me explain, okay? Look at the first stanza with me, or the first paragraph in the left-hand column. The first paragraph says, "Have you ever heard of the wonderful One Hosh Shay that was built in such a logical way? It ran 100 years to a day, and then of a sudden but stay, I'll tell you what happened without delay. Scaring the parson into fits, frightening people out of their wits. Have you ever heard of that, I say?" Okay? So if you guys look at that, the end rhyme, so obviously we know what rhyming is. It's when words at the end of a rhyme sound the same, or they sound like they rhyme, okay? So line A, or line number 1 is shay, line number 2 is way, line number 3 is day, line number 4 is stay, line number 5 is delay. Okay, but notice line number 6 fits, 7 is wits, and then the last line in that first stanza is say, okay? So what a rhyme scheme is like, okay, so the first line rhymes with the second line. Those two lines rhyme with the third line and the fourth line and the fifth line. So that is my first rhyme scheme, which I will characterize that by the letter A, okay? So then I'm looking at my 6th line, it's fits. And then my 7th line is wits. Make sure you guys are following along. Okay, so those don't rhyme with delay or A. So that's my next rhyme in my rhyme scheme. So I'll characterize that rhyme B. Okay? And then the last line, have you ever heard of that? I say it rhymes with shay, way, and day. That's going to be the rhyme scheme A. Okay? Same thing with the next stanza. 55 rhymes, alive rhymes, hive rhymes, okay? So those are letter A. Town, down, and brown, and crown, those all rhyme. So that's my rhyme scheme B. But look at the last 2 lines in that stanza. Earthquake day, one hosh say. Those don't rhyme with 5 or crown. So that is a new rhyme scheme of the letter C. Okay, so that's just kind of characterized throughout the stanzas. We can practice those later on if you guys are still kind of confused about what a rhyme scheme is. But those change throughout the entire work. So notice that it's not like the same throughout the entire work, and they change with the rhyme scheme, also the stanza length, and that's kind of something that we've noticed throughout this work. In this work, the deacon's masterpiece, or the wonderful one hashay, which is a logical story, it's basically talking about how this one hashay, or if you guys look on page number 34 at the bottom, it's a shaz or a chaise. It's a type of light carriage. So basically it's a horse and a buggy, or a horse and a carriage. And what this is talking about how is it's something that is used throughout this time, but then all of a sudden it breaks down. And so this man, he comes and he says, I'm going to build this one hashay, the best that it's ever been, okay? So if you guys look in lines number 10, the reason why it broke down, or lines number 9, 1755, Georgius Secundus was then alive. It's Latin for George II, English king of German descent. Snuffy old drone from the German hive. That was the year when Lisbon town, so Lisbon, it's a country or a city in Europe. I think it's Portugal. Okay, that was the year when Lisbon town saw the earth open, which is an earthquake, and gulped her down. And Braddock's army was down so brown, left without a scalp to its crown. It was on the terrible earthquake day that the deacon finished the one hashay. So on this day, the deacon, he actually was the one who's saying, I'm going to build this shay the best that it's ever been. Okay, look in lines number 18. Now in building of chaises, I tell you what, there's always somewhere a weakest spot. In hub, tire, felloe, in spring or thill, in panel or crossbar, or floor or sill, in screw, bolt, thorough brace, lurking still, find it somewhere. You must, and you will, above or below, or within or without. And that's the reason, beyond a doubt, that shays break down but it doesn't wear out, okay? So it's basically saying that with these things it's built, there's always something that's going to be wrong with it no matter what you do. So it breaks down and it doesn't wear out. So you're not going to be able, it just means it's not going to last you a long time. Okay, but the deacon swore, as deacons do, and with an I do them, or an I tell you, he would build one shay to beat the town in the county and all the country round. It should be so built that it couldn't break down. First, said the deacon, 'tis mighty plain that the weakest place must stand the strain. And the way I'll fix it, as I maintain, is the only jest to make that place as strong as the rest. So he's saying, I'll make everything on this shay as strong as it can be. There will be no weaknesses, okay? So after he's built this, he ends up building something that works well. If you guys fast forward to page 35, 1800 in line 64, okay? 1800, it came and found the deacon's masterpiece strong and sound. So this, hundreds of years later, it's still nice and strong what the deacon built, this one hoss shay, okay? The deacon's masterpiece, strong and sound, 1800 increased by 10. Handsome carriage, they called it then. 1820 came, running as usual, much the same. 30 and 40 at last arrived, and then came 50 and 55. So 1855. So in this year was when it was still working, and then all of a sudden, 1 year from the earthquake day, because remember the one hoss shay broke on the earthquake day. So 1 year, or 1800, on the earthquake day, they were still talking about it, but then a parson, which is a pastor, he's driving this shay, and then what happens, okay? Look in lines 109. Just the hour of the earthquake's shock. What do you think the parson found when he got up and stared around? Actually go back up a little bit to lines 100. The parson was working his Sunday text, and he got to fifthly, and stopped perplexed that the perchance might be coming next. All at once the horse stood still, close by the meeting house on the hill, first a shiver, and then a thrill, then something decidedly like a spill, and the parson was sitting upon a rock at 9:30 by the meeting clock. Continue on reading with me. Just the hour of the earthquake's shock. What do you think the parson found when he got up and stared around? That poor old chaise in a heap or mound, as if it had been to the milling ground. You see, of course, it's, if you're not a dunce, how it all went to pieces all at once. All at once, and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. End of the wonderful one hoss shay. Logic is logic. That's all I say. So basically, in conclusion, this one hoss shay, with all of its weaknesses, it had in one spot. The deacon, he built the one hoss shay. He said, I'm not going to build it with any weaknesses. So in the beginning, it says that it broke down and it doesn't wear out. And in the end, it actually wore out, but it didn't break down. If you guys can look at that, it was built in equal strengths and equal weaknesses. It's kind of balances each other out. How in the beginning it broke down, it was broken in some parts, but it didn't wear out because it didn't last that long. And in the end, it ended up all breaking down because it wore out. If you guys can make that connection, okay? If you guys are still confused, let me know. I'll explain it a little further, but that is the end of chapter or unit 2. All right. Make sure you guys are studying for that test, which will be on Thursday, I believe. Thursday is your test in literature, so make sure you guys are studying that. Let me look just to double check our lesson plan, my lesson plans. But while I'm looking, go ahead and take out your grammar books, okay? Grammar. And go to our homework last night from the outline, or on Friday night, on page number 33, okay? So our test in literature is on, Thursday, okay? Tonight for homework for literature, you don't have any homework, reading homework, because we finished the unit, but make sure you guys are studying for that. Your test is on Thursday. You have a quiz, 2A in spelling today. I'm going to go through grammar real quick, okay? But go to page number 33. We're going to fly through this. If you have questions, please ask. But letter I, Roman numeral number I, should be as a young man. Roman numeral number 2 should be as a colonial leader, because Roman numeral number 3 is as a national statesman. We're on page 33, okay? Those need to be parallel. You can't put young man, colonial leader, and then the third one will be as a national statesman. It has to be all parallel So Roman numeral number 1 as a young man, Roman numeral number 2 as a colonial leader, and then in B and C, under Roman numeral number 1 as a young man, it's practicing law at Williamsburg, becoming interested in politics, okay? So we know that it's going to end in an ing because letter A is building Monticello at Shadwell. So we know that it's going to all match up because building Monticello, practicing law, becoming interested, that's all parallel, okay? Roman numeral number 2, it'll be in the House of Burgesses and then in the Continental Congress because the dates of the House of Burgesses come before in Continental Congress. Okay, and then letter C is in the Virginia legislature because that's the last on the timeline, 1776 to 1779. So make sure you guys are looking at those timelines. All right, and then number 2 under letter B is author of Declaration of Independence because he's supporter and then he's also an author, and those are parallel. Notice how everything is parallel, and that means everything matches, everything is coherent, like we were talking about, everything has unity and is parallel. Roman numeral number 3, letter A is served in Congress, okay, because letter B is appointed Secretary of State, so we know that it's going to end in ED. And then letter C, elected to the highest offices. And then number 1, vice presidency, because it's 1797 to 1801. And then presidency, 1801 to 1809, okay? Make sure you guys are watching for those, okay? You should have done page number 38, the odds, okay? Make sure you have that out. I'm going to check it. We'll go through it tomorrow. Okay, and then we will do commas another day because we do need to take our spelling quiz. But tonight for homework in grammar, do page number 41, exercise D. Okay, that's just kind of practicing these rules. If you need to look back, you may. Obviously, the rules are here, but do exercise D. Okay. You should be continuing page 35, exercise C. Some of you guys had questions yesterday. If you could use any of these topics or choose your own. You are able to choose your own, but I mean, these topics are there for you. So if you don't want to go through the work of finding your own topic, I would suggest using one. You can explain the Romans Road if you're wanting to be a witness for Christ, or explain why attending college is important, or how to study the Bible, different things like that. It's already given to you, so you can do one of those topics or choose your own, but whichever one. But that is due tomorrow, so page 35, exercise C. Okay, and then for tonight for homework, page 41, exercise D. That's just the use of commas, and you're adding commas where needed. All right, go ahead and put those away. Well, keep out your grammar homeworks for page 38, exercise B, or what you did yesterday, last night for homework. Okay, and then go ahead and take out your vocab books. You may study those for a few minutes while I walk over there. Okay, remember your rule about doubling consonants. Okay, we are in list 2A. That's doubling consonants, so make sure you know when to double them and then when not to double them in abhorred, admitting, bail, different things like that. And then make sure you guys know your vocab definitions. All right, and then let me see. One more thing. Yep, the vocab and then the correct spelling of the words. All right, I'll be right there. And then for those of you in distance learning, I will send those over to you really quick through either My Schoolworks or text or email, okay? So be on the lookout for those. Thank you.
Welcome, class. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I was having a quick discussion, I think would be the best word, with why verses are important in government. We were talking about that. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. We're just having a quick discussion with the juniors and seniors, but that's okay. Make sure you turn in your homework. Make sure those are turned in. Remember, if they're not turned in, and I collect those and I come down and I'm grading them tonight, or when I grade them, and yours isn't in there, okay, I can't give you credit for it. I can't give you any credit for it. So make sure you're turning in your homework and you're getting those in on time. Hopefully that wasn't too hard last night. Okay, yesterday I believe we left off talking about how India's two distinctive cultural features are Hinduism, right? Yesterday we started getting into Asia and some facts about it, how it has 3 great fertile valleys, right? We talked about how it's the largest of the 7 continents, and other facts about it, I talked about how it has the largest or highest point above sea level at Mount Everest, which sits at 29,035 feet above sea level. But not only does it have the highest, Asia also has the lowest, with the Dead Sea, which is around 1,300 feet below sea level. Then we talk about how India, remember, it's like that triangular arrowhead peninsula bordered by the Himalayan mountains, so it kind of like cut it off from the rest of Asia. And then you have the ocean with the Bay of Bengal, the Arabian Sea, all those right there. That makes it a peninsula. We talked about how it had different land regions, right? We had the Himalayan mountains, as I just mentioned. Then we have the northern plains, where like runoff of the mountains and things that made it very fertile. And then you have the Deccan Plateau with some hill ranges in there. Then we talked about the Indus River Valley. Remember, we had the Dravidians. Remember how we had the Dravidians and the Aryans, how the Aryans were barbaric Viking sort of people that came from the west, and they came and they invaded, or came from the northwest. They came and invaded the Dravidians, drove them out. They kind of took rule over that area. And then with that, we came into around 600 BC. Again, the Aryans had become, these barbaric people had become the masters of India. And during this time, India had 2 distinctive cultural features. And those were Hinduism and the caste system. And we talked about that yesterday. And we're to jump right in where we left off. Finish our notes. Shouldn't be too long today. Maybe have some extra time to work on homework. Okay, so the 2 distinctive cultural features, again, are Hinduism and caste system. Okay, today we're going to be talking about the Hinduism and caste system. Okay, Hindu is a religion, although Hindus worship a host of deities, so a group of deities. They believe that these gods are only manifestations of one absolute, impersonal, universal spirit. Okay, so Hinduism, they believe in all these different cultural or objects that they're gods, right? But they believe within all these different gods or these things that there is one absolute spirit that is God for them, and his name, or its name, the spirit's name, is Brahma. Brahma is the absolute, impersonal, universal spirit of Hinduism. The goal of Hindu salvation is the extinction of individual personality and the achievement of oneness with Brahma. Okay? Man himself and human soul is but a part of Brahma. Okay? To them in Hinduism, we're just a part of Brahma. And the goal of Hindu salvation, again, is the extinction of our individual personality. So saying basically we're all under this rule of Brahma. This union involves, so with Brahma, under the belief of Brahma and under Hinduism, okay, we have this belief or union, this group, Hinduism, or with Brahma, involves a continuous process of rebirth. Okay, it's a continuous process of rebirth. So again, Brahma is the absolute and personal universal spirit of Hinduism. The goal of Hindu salvation is the extinction of individual personality and the achievement of oneness with Brahma. Okay, within Hinduism and Brahma, we have this thing called reincarnation. Reincarnation. Reincarnation is a continuous process of rebirth according to the law of karma, whereby the soul evolves toward spiritual perfection. Okay, so reincarnation basically, say, who do I want to use? Say Adrian, right? Say Adrian, he's being a good kid, he lives a good life, right? And then he dies or he passes away, right? So he lived a good life, Adrian lived a great life, and then he passes away. Because he lived a good life, he's going to be reincarnated into something better. So maybe an animal or object. Usually animals is what they use. So maybe he would become, let's see, what's a profitable animal or something like a cow or something valuable, right? And you would be, or maybe a dog, and you're reincarnated into this thing, or evolved into, your soul would turn into something more perfect considered to them. But if you were bad, so say Adrian was the opposite. He was bad. He disobeyed his parents. He grew up and he was disrespectful to authority. He broke the law, right? And he was someone that was bad, and he were to pass away. So bad Adrian would pass away. Then they would be reincarnated to something worse, something lower than what they were before. So maybe like a rat or something lesser. And then they would have to try to work their way back up in this eternal spiritual process of reincarnation. And then the goal would be to get back to where they were, back to human or whatever the highest state would be for them. Okay, this process, again, a continuous process of rebirth, is called reincarnation. Okay, a person's deeds in this life directly affect his station in the next life. A selfish, mean, dishonest individual, like I said, might be reincarnated on a lower plane, like an animal or lesser. Thus, Hindus believe that animals have souls, okay, which obviously we don't believe. We believe man has soul because God gave us a soul because we're created in His image. Animals aren't created in the image of God. They don't have souls. They don't have life after death. Even if the population is in the throes of starvation, cows are well fed and cannot be butchered for meat, because they didn't want to butcher them for meat because they're like, oh, that could be my great uncle Steve, right? So they wouldn't want to do that. Rats that break into granaries and destroy wheat, rice, or other cereals may not be destroyed again. So they wouldn't set out rat traps or poison for the rats, right? Because they don't want to kill something that might be a family relative or someone else's family relative, a soul, right? They're saying the animal has a soul, and this was obviously wrong. But the other religions which Hinduism has spawned, okay, so we're going to talk about a few other religions here in a second, that it has spawned are Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism, okay? Sikhism. And these share basic concepts that nothingness and impersonality are ultimate, okay? So people don't have their own person. They don't have special value, right? There's just emptiness, nothingness, no personality, okay? We're not our own. We're not created special in the image of God, okay? The superstition of India's religion or religions is a major cause of that nation's abject poverty, economic backwardness, and cultural stagnation. Okay, that's with the Hindu religion. So we have Brahma, and then their process of reincarnation, and how that works. That is all within Hinduism. Okay, now we talked about two cultural distinctives, or two main cultural things. We had Hinduism, and then we had the caste system. The caste system. Okay, the caste system is a major component of Hinduism. It's part of it. Is the observance of caste. Caste, as you see in the notes, is a strict division of social classes. India had 4 traditional castes or groups. So castes are like groups of people, or like it says, social classes. That's kind of easy to remember. A caste is like a social class. Okay, a group of people, levels of the people. Okay, the first class, or maybe the highest authority, would be the Brahmins. The Brahmins, which are like the Hindu priests, the prophets of Hinduism, the religious leaders, right? They were the ones that had the highest authority, or the highest caste. Another one is the princes and warriors, so like royalty. So you have religious leaders, and then you have royalty, or warriors, people that were well known. Okay, then you're going to go down maybe into more of the common folk, landowners, merchants, so like businessmen, realtors, doctors, right? People that make good money, but they're more just like common people. And then at that time, then you have the lowest caste, which would be like farmers, just normal 9-to-5 jobs, laborers, servants, people that worked just cleaning, okay, just like basic jobs. They, at this time, they would classify them on that lowest caste. So those are all the different castes. We have Brahmins, which are like Hindu priests, the religious leaders. We have princes and warriors, the royalty. And then we have landowners and merchants, so like maybe good businessmen, things with that, special practices. And then you have the common folk of farmers, laborers, and servants. Okay. With this, each of these castes and subcastes was hereditary and had its own distinctive rules of behavior. Okay, so it's hereditary, meaning it would be given from one family to the other. So if your dad was a farmer, by how the caste worked, you would be in the category of farmer. Okay, it was hard to break that chain and be in a different caste. A person born into a particular caste could never hope to work his way to a higher caste. This is how they lived their life. In spite of all his aspirations and achievements, he had to marry within his own caste. Okay, so not only could he not leave his caste by maybe doing better at what his dad did, or trying to be someone else or better, not only were they categorized in their caste no matter what their work ethic was or accomplishments, they were also categorized in their caste of marriage and relationships. You weren't supposed to marry or date or anything in other class. So if you were a prince or warrior or nobleman, you couldn't marry or talk to any landowners or businessmen, or definitely not farmers and laborers. Okay, you had to stay within your own caste. He had to marry within his own caste, follow its rules religiously, pass it on to his children. That was their job. For example, if Abraham Lincoln, the son of a poor farmer, had been born in India, he could have never become a lawyer, a congressman, or the president. He would have been required by his caste to remain a farmer all his life. Okay, so see how that works? So maybe think about what your parents are. Okay, whatever your parents are, that's all you can be. You can be nothing less, and you can be nothing more. You can only be what your family is or was. Okay, that's what you're bound to. So if you were born into a rougher situation, you were stuck there, right? In India at this time, and even a little bit today, that's how you were stuck. If you're born into a religious family, or the high priest group, or the Hindu priest group, right, or given to them, then you were stuck in the religious group. If you were a prince of nobles, then you were stuck being prince of nobles. Okay, how sad that would be is that was how it was in America, right? We're supposed to be the land of the free, the home of the brave, the place where you can live the American dream, right? That's what America is supposed to be. And there's a big difference where, say maybe we are born into a rougher situation. by living here in America, we have an opportunity to be better, to be more, right? To know more, to improve. We have that free choice and opportunity. Okay, but within this, okay, so we have the caste. Within this, we have a person who broke the rules of his caste, became, okay, kind of makes sense, right? Someone who breaks the rules in medieval times was called an outlaw, right? If he didn't obey the law, he's called an outlaw. Okay, so someone that didn't obey the restrictions and rules of their caste, they were called an outcast. It's also called a pariah. So these are maybe words they called them as well. So you have outcast, which also means pariah, or untouchable. Okay, so outcast is a person who broke the rules of his caste. That's a typo. It should be C-A-S-T-E, I'm sorry. Or, in other words, pariah, or untouchable. Okay, so these are talking about their groups. Untouchables were despised by all castes. So they're like the mutts, right? They're the ones despised, looked at, you're weak, you're weird, you're not obeying the law, you're wrong, you're spotted, right? Things are wrong with you. And they lived below the lowest caste, so they would be even below the farmers, laborers, and servants. When Christian missionaries came to India, they found the untouchables to be their most eager audience. Thousands of these despised outcasts became Christians, okay? Because, maybe, right, all these castes believe in Hinduism, but these outcasts were cast, like common sense, they were cast out. They were forgotten. They were looked down upon, spat upon, right? And when these missionaries had started to come, as we're going to talk about later, missionaries starting to come to this land of India, that was one of their main groups they would witness to, right? What better people to witness to or tell about the good news of Jesus Christ than those who are looking for something better? Those who are saying, man, I want to start anew. I want to be able to have something fulfilling in my life. I don't want to just be an outcast, right? And so that gospel, and they became Christians because they found the better news. They found the truth that someone loved them and wanted them to believe and trust in him as their Savior. The caste system and Hinduism have fostered a spirit of escape from reality and a resignation to evil and injustice that have hindered economic, political, and social progress in India for centuries. Okay, even today, this limits them in many things. Okay, but as we do this, now we're going to go to some times of change. So we're going to see some times of change in this area with Hinduism, and then we're going to see a spread of something else, a new god. So instead of Brahma, we're going to see a new person or statue or idol come to be who took over a lot of people, false worshipers. Okay, so we're going to go into from the time era of 521 to 367. Okay, so this time period from 521 and 367 BC. Okay, so this is still before Christ. We're going to be talking about the Maurya Empire. The Maurya Empire. Okay, a lot of things happen. First, much of northwestern India was made part of the mighty Persian Empire. Okay, so this is still, this would still be in Bible times, right? We're talking about this time period of when Persia is becoming a great nation. We talked about Persia a little bit, right? We have Xerxes, we have Darius, we have Cyrus the Great, right, with the Medes and the Persians, all these different leaders as their empire was growing. And the Persians stimulated commercial and cultural contacts between India and the Middle East. Persia's trying to spread. They were somewhat close, so they could spread their nation, spread their beliefs, how they lived life, their government, so they could own. Alexander the Great then conquered the Persian Empire and invaded India in 326 BC. So from 521 to 367 BC, we have this Persian Empire owning all this India. But then in 326 BC, this man named Alexander the Great, very famous man in history, great warrior. We're not going to talk about him too much right now. But he invaded, he conquered the Persians, and he invaded, and his empire kind of took over India. They conquered India, In 326 BC, to establish a short-lived Greek rule over the Indus River region. Okay, so the Greek ruled them for just a short period of time. After Alexander's death, a native Indian family, the Marias, like I just said, or the Maures, something like that. I'm close, okay? It might not be perfect. I'm close. Maures. They drove out the Greeks. So Alexander died. They lost leadership. They became weak. These Maures drove out the Greeks. They conquered the entire northern plain and established the Maruri or Marura Empire, which lasted from 321 to 184 BC. From these Marures people, this man named Asoka, something like that. He was their greatest ruler of their empire. So Asoka. He's the greatest ruler of this Marure empire. He extended his dominion until he controlled over two-thirds of the Indian subcontinent. He then converted to Buddhism, which we're going to talk about, renouncing war and conquest. So these people, they were warriors and they conquered, but then this king and ruler adopted Buddhism, which Buddhism, and we're going to talk about, talks about peace, and we're going to talk about other things it believes in, but doesn't believe in war. So he stopped his war and conquest. Again, he's the greatest ruler. He extended his dominion southward until he controlled over two-thirds. He became, again, with Hinduism, he converted from Hinduism to Buddhism and renounced war and conquest and devoted the remainder of his life to spreading Buddhism throughout that southeastern Asia. Okay, so now we're going to see, so this man Asoka, he dedicated his life after he went from Hinduism to Buddhism to proclaim and to tell about, to prophesy this false belief and religion of Buddhism. Okay, what is Buddhism? Buddhism is a religion that arose in India around 500 BC. So it's smaller at the time when it first began, but it arose around then. But it closely resembles Hinduism, so it's similar, but teaches that human desire is the cause of all suffering. Okay? Is the cause of all suffering. With its cycle, okay, remember with Hinduism and Buddhism, with its cycle of reincarnations, its ultimate goal of escape into oblivion, Buddhism closely resembles Hinduism. This similarity is no coincidence, for Buddhism sprang from the mind of an upper caste Hindu nobleman named, okay, so the man that it was named after was Siddhartha Gautama, which we'll talk about here in a second. Okay, so if you want to write that down, Siddhartha Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama. He might be a note later, but you can note him down now. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, again, talking about Buddhism. And this man, okay, he was up from the upper caste. He came from Hinduism, and he kind of started this. He's a nobleman named Siddhartha Gautama, or Gautama. You'll want to write that down, know who that is. Okay. He was dissatisfied with Hinduism. Gautama abandoned his wife and infant son and became a monk, exchanging a life of luxury for one of self-denial. Okay, eventually he became known as Buddha, or the Enlightened One. You don't want to know that as well. So this man, Siddhartha Gautama, I just said how to spell it. Hopefully you wrote that down. He was from the upper caste. He was a nobleman, but he chose this way from Hinduism. He abandoned his wife and his infant son to become a monk, exchanging a life of luxury for one of self-denial. Okay, and he became known as, so you could put Siddhartha Gautama became known as, or equal sign, he became Buddha, or the enlightened one. Buddha means the enlightened one. Okay, and he started his own religion, Buddhism. As it developed his own religion, or he developed his own religious philosophy. According to Gautama, human desire is the cause of all suffering. By following the idea of middle way. The idea of middle way. Sorry, skip one. Middle way. Middle way is the idea of extreme self-denial and avoidance of uncontrolled desire. The middle way is an extreme self-denial and avoidance of uncontrolled desire. So he became a monk. Not only with that, he also had the Noble Eightfold Path. So he made this idea of the Noble Eightfold Path. This is the self-salvation by righteous living. Okay, so we're saved, his idea of we're saved if we live this righteous living. We have like this picture says, we have the right view, the right mindness, the right concentration, the right effort, the right livelihood, the right actions, the right speech, the right intentions, right? By that, we have our self-salvation. That was his idea from Buddhism. You have the middle way and the Noble Eightfold Path. And with these, a person could eliminate human desire, escape endless reincarnations, and thus attain a spiritual state of mind. Okay, so rather than Hinduism and dying and being reincarnated and dying, having karma within it, being better or worse, you would obtain this state of mind of completeness, a spiritual state of mind of completeness and perfectness and self-salvation. Okay, we have a few statues that they would have kind of worshipped. Okay, maybe a little more familiar one would be more like Buddha, just a fat man. Okay, and this state, the spiritual state of mind or completeness, oblivious to the world and ideas of the world, is called nirvana. 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 Okay, nirvana is a spiritual state of mind in which the soul is completely oblivious of the self and of the world. Literally means to blow out. Okay, we have a few more notes to get through quickly. Sorry, I didn't see the time. We only have 5 minutes, so we're going to try to get through these quickly. Okay, so with this, I'm going to just run through that man Asoka. He made Buddhism into a state religion for India. Hinduism eventually regained its status, and Buddhism virtually disappeared in India and moved on to different areas like China, Japan, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Tibet. Okay, but with this we see 2 different rules. The collapse of these, remember, the Mura people, their empire. It was followed by foreign invasion, internal disorder, and civil strife. Between AD 320 and 535, so quite some time later, we see these people named the Guptas. This is a native Indian dynasty that inaugurated India's golden age. During this time, Indians made great advances in art, literature, mathematics, and science. Okay? Throughout the Middle Ages, India was subject to invasion by many people. And with that, a new religion came. Okay? So we had Hinduism, and then we had Buddhism, and then it was kicked out by Hinduism, and now we have what is known as Islam. Islam came to India during the Gupta dynasty, or the golden age of India. Islam came to India during this time of the Guptas. The large numbers of Indians became Muslims with this Islam religion. In 1526, a Muslim warrior of Mongol extraction, his name was Babar is a Muslim warrior of Mongol extraction who invaded India from Afghanistan in 1526. He founded the Mughal Empire. The Mughal Empire. So we have this Islam religion's coming in. It's introducing itself. It's coming to light in India. And then it's brought even more by this man, Babar. He invaded India from Afghanistan. He founded the mighty Mughal Empire, which ruled India all the way until the 1700s. Okay, Mughal is derived from Mongol. We know Mongol. Okay, we've heard of Mongol before. Mughal is derived from that, and this man named Babar led them and led the Islam religion. Okay, with him, the beautiful building we know as the Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal. Okay, only a few more notes to get through, so let's try to go quickly and follow along. The Taj Mahal. It is beautiful. It was named, or Taj Mahal means best of buildings. It's at Agra, and it was built by a Mughal emperor as a tomb for his favorite wife. It's built by a Mughal emperor as a tomb for his favorite wife. During Mughal rule, as many as 20% of India's people became Muslims. So this Muslim and Islam religion came into effect. The Muslims were largely concentrated in two unconnected territories, the western Indus and the eastern Ganges, which is extremities of India's northern plain. When India became independent in 1947, so we're almost catching up to current time, the Muslims in these two territories succeeded from India to become the states of West and East Pakistan, which is like that northeast part of India, or northwest part of India. East Pakistan later became Bangladesh. Okay, so we have all these territories changing, Taj Mahal, and then we have the West and East Pakistan, that northwest part of India. These are the Indian Muslim territories who succeeded and formed new countries when India became independent in 1947. East Pakistan later became known as Bangladesh. Okay, we have one more note. The bell's about to ring, but just do this one last note, and then we'll be done for today. One last note. Okay, so we have this area of Pakistan became as Bangladesh, although Persian was the official language of the Mughal Empire. It would mix with Arabic and Hindi to become a hybrid tongue known as Hindustani. Okay, or also known as Urdu. Hindustani, or also known as Hindu. This is the official language of modern Pakistan. Hindustani, or also known as Hindu. Okay, we're going to end the notes there. Remember to turn in your homework. But let me give you your homework for tonight. Your homework for tonight is this. You can write it, and then you are dismissed unless Mr. Brown has something else for you, whoever's in there. Homework is read. Okay, so briefly read page 38 to 41. 38 to 41. Okay, you're just reading to the top of page 41. You're not reading the whole page. 38 to 41. And then do page 41, 1 through 7. Do page 41, 1 through 7. So read pages 38 to 41. Do pages 41, 1 through 7. If you have any questions, let me know. Distant learners, let me know if you need anything. I'm here to help. Hopefully everyone is doing well, and you are dismissed.
All right, let's start Algebra 1. Yes, Algebra 1. Make sure that if you're in the Distance Learning Center and you're not in Algebra 1, that you are quiet for this portion and then for the remainder of class as well. Very quickly, Algebra 1, you guys have a quiz today over 1.8 through 110. I'll be down to give that shortly, so make sure that you pay attention or that you look over that material. Your homework tonight is to finish the assignment you were given yesterday, which is the review of Algebra Basics on pages 44 through 45. Blue problems are assigned, non-blue problems are bonus. We'll discuss that review tomorrow, as well as look over the quiz, and then Thursday and Friday is Test 1 over Chapter 1. So make sure you guys are studying for that. If you are a distance learner, okay, this is the absolute last stream I'm doing all week, okay? So I'll pick it back up on Monday, but from now on I'm just going to start out in the Distance Learning Center because it's just testing. So that is what it is. So if you're a distance learner, please keep in mind, make sure you follow directions to take quiz 4 today. I believe I sent that out. If not, send me a message. I'll make sure I take care of that. And then test 1 information will come probably Wednesday night or Thursday morning for how to do that. You'll take it either Thursday or Friday because you guys can do it in one sitting. All right, so that's it. Make sure you guys are studying for your test. You guys have quiz 4 today, and then you guys are working on your final homework assignment from Chapter 1. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos de nuevo a Español. Espero que todos estén bien. Good afternoon, welcome back to Spanish. Hope everyone's doing great. Good to see the online students, thank you. I see that you're present. Today, I'm going to introduce our first Bible verse. I have it up in the board. I'm not sure if you can see it, but hopefully you can. But if not, either way, we're going to repeat it, and I'm going to write it hopefully down on the board on the classroom. Online students, you can go ahead and Google it. So you can Google John 14:6a in Spanish, or Juan 14:6. So you spell Juan Juan, and then 14:16a, 14:6. And we're just going to learn the first part of it today. Today I'm trying to do I don't want to talk that much today, but I want you guys to repeat a lot, so I'll give you an example of how to say it, and then you can go ahead and repeat them all over again. So hopefully, online students, you have the verse now, and I'm just going to introduce it really quick. This verse, we're going to practice it for the rest of today and tomorrow, and your homework tonight, it's going to be to write the verse 5 times. So you'll write it 5 times, and you'll bring that to me tomorrow. Obviously, as you're writing it, I'm expecting you to memorize it and to learn it, because eventually you'll have a quiz with the verse. And it'll be a written quiz, so make sure you know that. Okay, like I said, I'm not sure if you can see it, but if you can, go ahead and read it with me. So if you have a Spanish Bible, go ahead and take that out and go to John 14:6, Juan 14:6, and we're just going to learn the first part of it, okay? So I'm going to read it for you, and then we'll start from there, okay? So Juan 14:6a, Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino, la verdad y la vida, okay? I'm going to say it again, and if you catch it up quick, we'll just repeat it with me, okay? Juan 14:6a, Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida. So pretty simple. You should know this verse in English, so it'll be easier for you to understand it in Spanish. So go ahead, hopefully you can see it. If you can't see it, go ahead and write it down in a paper. If someone has a Bible down there, maybe share with everyone, but I'm just going to read it one more time. Juan 14:6a, Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida. I am the way, the truth, and the light. So go ahead and write that down for me right now, so we can go ahead and practice. I do want to practice with you in the classroom. I do want to see you. I want to hear you actually saying it. So go ahead, and I'm just going to give you like a minute to write it down. I'm okay with you Googling it if you don't have a way of finding out how to write the verse, but if there's someone there that can tell you how to write it, pretty simple, or if you can see it from the word, that would be perfect. Okay, so hopefully you wrote it down. I do want everyone to have it written down, so hopefully you have it written down. And now let's go back to the places and where it is. So now I want to use this in context. I want to use this more like how will you use it, or just ask you questions and see how you'll use it. So page 27 and 28, I believe it is, on 3A. So I'm going to do some demonstrations, but when I'm in the classroom, I'll ask anyone that it's in the classroom. I'm going to be asking questions just so that we understand a little bit more. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to use the word en. ¿Está el papel en el cuaderno? So, ¿está el papel en el cuaderno? So, ¿ves el papel? So, ¿está el papel en el cuaderno? So, my question is the paper inside the notebook or in the notebook? So, go ahead and answer me. Okay, the following one, or the one the book uses is the paper in the notebook. Is the paper in the notebook? So, ¿está el papel en el cuaderno? Now the word sobre. ¿Está el teléfono sobre el libro? They go ahead and answer me. ¿Está el teléfono sobre el libro? ¿Está el teléfono con el libro? So, ¿está el teléfono con el libro? So, if this, it's not like, I don't know if you can see it, but what I'm saying it's the phone with the notebook or the book. Is the phone with the notebook or with the book? ¿Está el papel con el cuaderno? And then A or A. So this one is, pásame el cuaderno, pasa el cuaderno a John, pasa el cuaderno a Becky, or pasa el cuaderno a la maestra, pasa el cuaderno al profesor. So that's how we use a. Y D es, ese cuaderno es de Gaby, ese cuaderno es de tu amigo, ese cuaderno es de tu amiga. So basically you're saying who the notebook belongs to. So ese cuaderno es de alguien, or it's from. So that's how we use it there. Let's go. I'm going to ask a couple questions also. Once I get there again, I'm going to ask the following questions. ¿Dónde está el baño? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¿Dónde está la oficina? ¿Está la secretaria en la oficina? ¿Dónde está el gimnasio? ¿Dónde está la cafetería? ¿Dónde está la sala de clases? ¿Está el profesor en la sala o en el salón? ¿Dónde está el laboratorio? ¿Dónde está el auditorio? ¿Dónde está el ropero? ¿Está el libro en el ropero? ¿Y dónde está el campo atlético o el gimnasio? So I'm going to be asking those questions in the classroom, and if you're online, you heard those. I'm just asking, where is the library? Where's the office? Is the secretary in the office? Where is the gym? Where is the cafeteria? Where is the classroom? Is the teacher inside the classroom? Where is the lab? Where's the auditorium? Where's the closet? Is the book inside the closet? And where is the field? So I'm just going to practice those questions today with you. And before we start anything else, any other new concept, I do want to do a small quiz, but I want to include the Bible verse. The ideal for me to do a quiz for the Bible verse, it would be doing it orally. So I would like to test you orally, but there's too many of you and it'll take a long time. But what I'll do is just practice your verse. You're going to write it 5 times tonight and turn it in tomorrow, obviously. For the online students, if you want to turn it out today, that's fine too. But we will have a quiz, but I do want to include the verse. The verse I will put in it will be fill in the blanks, but I will put just a couple words because it's very short. So I just put just a couple words, but you're gonna have to like memorize it completely as we go. Depending, the verses will be completely blank, or it'll have just a couple like clue words, but it would never be mostly the verse, and then you just fill up some stuff. Hopefully you have your verse written down. So if you have it written down, I'm gonna go down there. We're gonna practice the verse. We're gonna practice the alphabet. I do want everyone to get the alphabet down, and we're gonna practice our numbers, and I'll ask a couple questions about the last section, the places, and where it is. And for the only students, I wish I could hear you. I wish I could get feedback from you. But let me know if you have any questions. Let me know if you want this question so you can practice with someone. Actually, in fact, I'll send you these questions. And you can go ahead and practice with someone and get creative to say where it is or whatnot. And study your verses and write them down. Practice your alphabet. Go listen to that beautiful song that I sent you and listen to it and practice. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow, okay?